Good evening. I'm calling this workshop to order. The time is 5:31 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551, this meeting is officially open with a quorum of 7 present. We will move to public comment. At this time, we will hear public comment. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen, take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. While this board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Vulgar language and profanity will not be tolerated, as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers while they present to the board during this portion of the meeting. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval due to the need for a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. Also, this evening, some individuals would like to voice their opinions, but due to the COVID-19 crisis are unable to physically attend. We have received written statements from those. Together we are stronger and build better solutions when we maximize public input. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of this meeting in a timely manner. For those who are speaking, sanitation wipes are at the podium. Our first speaker, and only speaker I understand, is Mr. Joe Palmer. Mr. Palmer?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Joe Palmer, 4017 Sanguinite Court, Fort Worth, Texas. I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight. Last night I went to Eric Clapton concert at Dickies Arena. It's the first time I've ever been in that building. It's a magnificent building. The capacity is 14,000 people, and the building was about 95% full, I would say. And I would say probably 200 people or maybe 300 people were wearing a mask. Everyone else was not wearing a mask, sitting close together, enjoying music together, having a great time, overcoming fear, I dare say. And then I come to a meeting like this, or I go to a place this morning and I see a lot of people wearing masks. Incidentally, one of the reasons Eric Clapton put in his contract for performances as of a couple of months ago was that he took the vaccine. He took 2 shots and developed debilitating problems in his hands and his arms. He didn't think he'd be able to play the guitar anymore. And so he had sort of an awakening regarding these vaccines. And I tell you that to tell you that there's a lot of information, there's a lot of truth coming out about these vaccines, new information that's causing people to be hesitant. And I know that's completely separate from masks, but the masks do lead to the vaccine, and the issues are somewhat connected. I tell you this about my experience last night to beseech you and to just drop this mask thing, drop this attorney thing. Never has it been a better time to be an attorney for a school district than right now. I have no issue with attorneys advancing themselves and enriching their lives and feeding their kids, having a nice Christmas, but I'm also not opposed to other people having that for their families. We're hemorrhaging money here. I suspected that we were going to lose this thing, and we have lost royally, repeatedly, consistently over the last several days. So, we don't need this mask policy. Parents are responsible for the health decisions of their children, not the school district. School districts should be focused on teaching kids, help them learn how to write their own name, help them learn about debt and interest, help them learn about bond elections, about how interest should be calculated in a bond election, and why every single bond election is a tax increase, because a foregone decrease is an increase. Why not teach our kids about these things? Teach our kids to be financially literate, so when they go to the voting booth, they can vote correctly according to their pocketbook, and they won't hurt themselves or their families. And the mask mandate, we've got a TRO in place, and we've got rulings coming out left and right. So there really is no reason to continue this. Maybe the school districts are sort of, have each other's back, and, we're bitter about the state legislature and the things they do to you. But this really isn't the the method by which to act out our frustrations with the legislature. If you have a problem with the legislature, run for state senator, run for state rep. Don't sue them about something else. What's that line from The Untouchables? Al Pacino plays Al Capone. He says, if somebody's coming after me for a crime, come after me for the crime. Don't sue me for spitting on the sidewalk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move now to Ms. Griffith. Will you be reading? Do we have any messages? Will you be reading any? No? Okay. All right. Just make sure. Okay. Then we'll move on to number 3, reports and presentations, Fort Worth ISD. Safe return to learning district progress update. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Scribner and Deputy Superintendent Molinar for the progress update presentation.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. At this time, we'll have a presentation regarding safe return to learning that will be provided to us by our Deputy Superintendent Karen Molinar, our Chief Academic Officer Marcy Sorensen, and our Chief of Innovation David Sines.
Dr.
Karen.
Scribner, if I may just clarify, because I don't want the public to be to have any questions. We did receive statements as public comment, but we made it clear on the agenda that those would not be read. Those were shared with the board members prior to the meeting. So I just want to be clear that anyone that sent in their statement, that has been shared with the board members, but it will not be read as we indicated on the agenda.
Karen.
All right, thank you, Dr. Scribner. Good evening. We want to give you a very brief update of our safe return to learning from our district, as well as just go over our emergency constraints that we adopted last year. However, due to our continued pandemic, we are going to keep those constraints in place for this year and share with you some data around those things. So just a reminder for emergency constraints, last year we adopted Constraint 1, access to learning, and Constraint 2, health and safety. Our Fort Worth ISD is about our COVID-19 response this evening. We do have our health and safety of our students, family, and staff, and access to learning for all students. And you'll see our website on our webpage that you can find that information. And we update that information as we get new information from Tarrant County Public Health, as well as Texas Education Agency. And then even as we have gone through our own mask requirements and then strongly recommend it, you'll see those updates always into our back to school continuity of service plans. So let's talk about the health and safety of our students, staff, and families this evening. Just as a reminder about preserving our health and safety, we promote health and safety through our at-home daily self-check-ins, hand washing. We strongly encourage masks inside our district facilities and our school buses. Enhance the cleaning of our schools. We do have, especially our elementary campuses, practice in seating charts, pods, cohorts to reduce the close contact. We are currently limiting our visitors on campuses for the first 6 weeks, and we will be actually reviewing that next week to see if we continue to our second 6 weeks. And then, of course, we have our reporting and contact tracing for COVID-19 reports, as well as this evening we're going to share with you our testing and vaccination opportunities that we have in our district. Here you'll see a picture of our COVID-19 dashboard that has been updated by Dr. Burrell and her team. The dashboard looks a little different than it did last year. This is a very enhanced feature. We're able to show you live reporting cases, quarantines, as well as year-to-date totals, as well as daily and weekly in addition to that. You'll see it, we're tracking positive cases as well as quarantines more efficiently at the campus and at the district level. We feel this is a lot more friendlier user format than we had last year. Here's our data. This is our data from as of September 10th at 4 p.m. You'll see that we currently have 700, as of Friday, 734 active student cases. You'll see percentages listed there. That is 1% of our student body. You have 4,873 active student quarantines, and that's due to how Fort Worth ISD has adopted our contact tracing, and that's 6% of our student enrollment. For our employees, we have 192 active employee cases, 1.7%, and then 411 quarantines, 3.7% of our staff in Fort Worth ISD. And you'll see that these are quarantined in the last 14 days. Here's some student report trends, and this is just a reminder that these are, this data includes students who tested positive and were exposed to someone who tested positive on campus and off the campus as well. So this is just not exposure or being tested positive from a campus contact. These are parent notification letters data that we are sharing this evening. And some of these cases have never even entered the school building. However, parents have contacted us. So we include those in our data because we report that to TEA as well as to Tarrant County Public Health. So you'll see right now we've had 12,177 student reports. With that, 14% of those are student positive. Then you'll see 72% are close contact, and 14 are close contact that were exposed off campus. We have a very strict contact tracing, and that's where you'll see that 72%. We broke it down by grade level for you as well. We thought it was important for you to see out of that 12,000 student report how the grade levels fall out with the percentages. Once again, this is our student report trends. You'll see this is a breakdown by racial group. As you know, we are committed to always sharing our breakdown of our data by our racial group as well. You'll see at the top bar, we have the African American at 22% of our cases, Hispanic 61, white 13, other 4. The second bar, you'll notice that is our enrollment breakdown. So we wanted you to kind of see the comparison between our enrollment and the actual student cases, which mirror and align very closely. Here's our employee report, very similar to our 1,382 total employees. Just a reminder, these were positive and exposed to maybe someone on a campus or a facility as well as off. As long as they reported, employee reported, we have these in our count. You'll see that our employee, we had 24% were employee positive, close contact 58, and 18% were exposed off-campus reports. What's the staffing impact? What we have done here, you'll see, is that we took a comparison from last school year around the same time that we were in school, September 8th through the 11th, to this school year, the 7th through the 10th, to show your teacher absence rate. You will see in 2020, 2021, we had a 78% fill rate, and that is actually has decreased to 43% because we are seeing more teacher absences, 1,825. You'll see all absences last year at this time was around 2,000, and this year we're averaging around 3,800. I know you may be asking me some questions after this. What are we doing about absences, if they're filled or not filled? I will tell you that Dr. Washington and Dr. Sines, Mr. Moore, and Dr. Pena, they have curated where we are now looking across the district at all central support that are able to go into classrooms and fill when we cannot cover classes. And we have also are not currently filling any openings that pull teachers or support staff from our schools. We are very committed that our students come first. So at this time, there is no positions being filled that would take a student from a classroom, a teacher from a student in the classroom. Let's talk about our vaccination clinics. So far, we have offered multiple opportunities for vaccination. As of September 9th, we've had 345 stakeholders take advantage of those vaccination clinics. We'll also be hosting some more. You'll see actually it started on the 13th, which was yesterday, And there's multiple opportunities still for our parents as well as their family members and any of our employees to still participate. And this is in partnership to make sure that they can also get their vaccinations. You'll see we have multiple opportunities at our high schools. For testing, we do know right now that there's a need for COVID-19 testing. We performed 206 through our telehealth sites as of September 13th, yesterday. And we've had 177 just at our 2 family resource centers that we offered at Forest Oak and at Northside Family Resource Center. Our telehealth services, you'll see here we have 39 campuses that we have a partnership with. Our nurses on these campuses are trained to perform the COVID-19 test. They make an appointment and they come onto the campus to take the test. And our hope is that we are at an additional 40. There's a lot of training that has to be done for our nurses. And of course, the time and the support as well with materials. For our telehealth services, you'll see a total visit, 258. And then we have a pie chart for you that's broken down what was the reasons for the visit. Some, of course, were COVID exposure, COVID testing, and we also want to share with you the symptoms that also may not lead to COVID. Of course, it's allergy season. We do see some other things coming in play, so we thought it was important that we broke that down for you as well this evening. We're going to go into, can stop here, President Jackson, if any questions, because our next part is about our temporary virtual learning option. So I thought maybe we could break it into parts.
Thank you for that opportunity. Any questions at this time, Board? Trustee Evans?
Yes. I have a question about the slide, I believe it's slide 7. And 1% is active student cases, is that 1% of our student body is currently infected with COVID?
As of the beginning
September
of school,
10th.
yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Do we know the infection rate of the general population? Is it also between 1 and 1.7%? Or?
I would have to check that unless Mr. Steiner might know offhand. He has a lot of knowledge up there.
I don't for today. I would have to check with the county.
Okay, but we can email that out to you for the county dashboard as
Okay,
well.
thank you. And then I remember last year, we were trending less than the general population.
Yeah.
Our schools were also about half full. So this 1% active infection rate, I am curious how that compares to our infection rate last year when we had less students in the school.
So I do have that information
Okay.
for you. When we look at this slide, I will say it has increased. Last year, at this time, around August 1st to July 31st, well, for summer school, so you're talking a whole year, we were at 1,903 positive student cases, and at this time, we're at 1,655. So for an entire school year, the cases reported to us last year was 1,903, and already this year, since August 1st, we're at 1,655, to give you an example.
So is that fewer or
It's
more?
an increase,
Okay.
and we've only been in school, well, from August 1st, about 5 weeks, because
Okay.
we're counting when our teachers returned.
Okay.
And last year, that was our entire school year, including summer school. So we
Okay.
are seeing a definite increase.
But is it quite an apples-to-apples comparison? Because last year we had, some schools were fuller than others, some had
Correct.
50% or less. But this is with majority schools, or the schools majority filled.
Correct. So last year, we were trending at first like a 70-30 virtual in-person. We finished about, I guess, after Christmas, January, we're about 50-50.
Okay.
And then we finished with about 60, and don't quote me on my percentages, but about 65% in person, 35 virtual is how we finished the school year. You have to remember, too, we were cohorting in addition to that, our high schools. So for the entire first semester, our high schools did not even have their total 50%
Okay.
in person.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, definitely.
Thank you, Trustee Evans. Trustee Daphne Brookins.
Okay, I'm on page 5, preserving the health and safety. And I'm looking at where you're saying the seating charts, the pods, and the cohorts. Have we also considered, since the students will be not having masks on while they're eating lunch, have we also considered eating outside, eating out in the gym where they can spread out? And also, because the weather is starting to cool down a little bit, are we considering having classes outside?
So we actually do have many of our campuses already having lunch availability seating outside. And they do that even without a pandemic, but we've seen an increase in our elementary, middle, and high doing that. A lot of it's coverage, because when you have students outside, you need to have coverage outside as well. Our middle school and high schools are more used to that routine, and they have been practicing that. In addition to what they've done in the past, we have seen an increase with that as well. What was your second question? I apologize.
The classes outside?
The classes outside. We haven't really done classes outside. They do it by choice. We had a couple campuses post today, just on social media, that they were having classes outside. We never limit our teachers from having our students go out and learn and engage in the outdoors, so that is always a possibility as well.
Okay. Yeah, since it's starting to get a little cooler instead of being so hot, that definitely could be a possibility. And then also on page 14 and page 16, the information about the vaccination clinics and the telehealth services, are we also sending these out in mail outs as well as being posted on our websites?
So we have not been doing the mail outs. However, we do post it. Each campus that hosts it also they do call outs, emails, and send them out for their community. And then we do it as well at the district level, and it's posted. But we are not currently doing mail outs for these.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I'd like to see is, even if it's on a back-to-back postcard, because again, we do have those families that are multi-generational, and, sometimes our grandparents, will not go to the internet, but they'll go to the mail.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I just want to make sure that, because this is some vital information that they need to know where to go for clinics and stuff like that, and for telehealth, so they need this information.
We also have MedStar that they share their information with us on a weekly basis or whenever they have new clinics. And Ms. Griffin and her team always post that information as well, and we push that out. Anytime there's an opportunity in our city, we like to go ahead and push that out. And we're currently working as well with our city as setting up some sites using some of our facilities for some testing and vaccinations, as we've done in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Brookins. Trustee Andar.
Thank you, President Jackson. I am thrilled to hear that central staff is going to be helping to cover classes on campuses. That's critical, and we are of like minds in that we've got to have all boots on the ground. If ever there were a time for all boots on the ground, this is it, and making sure that those kids have adequate personnel in their classrooms. So thank you for making sure that that's happening. I did a little data dig today, because that's what all the cool kids do. And I was trying to look, I was looking at just some of our, I've heard a lot lately about comparisons between Fort Worth ISD and Austin and Houston and Dallas. And so I did a little comparison myself. In Austin, what I found, and keeping in mind that not every dashboard is as comprehensive as Fort Worth ISD's or as some of the other districts, but what I found was that in Austin, a total of 593 kids out of their student population had been tested positive for COVID, which is 0.7%, so that's pretty good. In Houston, 1,882 out of their population had tested positive, and that's about 1%, so they're fairly comparable to the numbers that you presented today. Were the numbers that you presented today for a 14-day period, or is it just the current positives right now?
It's since the beginning of the school year. And
Okay.
the quarantine, we count our quarantine numbers for 14 days. Now, just a caution for Austin and Houston, and Mr. Steiner can always add some detail. Remember TEA until not last week, the week before, they tightened up their contact tracing in their reporting system. Fort Worth ISD, we kept ours very firm of what we did last year. We never loosened up our contact tracing and reporting, even though it was optional to do. So you're going to see districts around the state, their numbers start showing a trending upwards because now they have to report differently. We, from the beginning, decided to do that because we feel like the transparency, one, was important, and that's something that the board has always asked us to do as well, and that we have to report to TA. But we have chosen from the beginning to be more firm on our reporting.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
So again, we're comparing apples and oranges. But
Yeah.
it's the data that was available to me. In Dallas, about 1% of their student body has tested positive for COVID. In San Antonio, and this is with the staff and all of the students, they're at about 1.6%. All four of those districts, Austin, Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio, are requiring masks on campus and in all facilities. Fort Worth ISD, the numbers I got were a little different than 1%. I got 2.4%, so maybe we need to,
Sure.
perhaps my numbers were a little bit different. Fort Bend, which is also very comparable to the size of Fort Worth ISD, they had 4.7% of their students had tested positive for COVID, according to the numbers on their dashboard. That's all I have to go on. I didn't call anybody. I didn't talk to anybody. That's what their dashboard said. 4.7% also unmasked. And in Conroe, since July of 2021, they've had over 5,480 cases of positive COVID. So it was just interesting to kind of look at some of that data. We kind of fall in the middle of a lot of that data, considering the fact that we are unable to mandate masks in the classroom. We're doing better than the districts that are of comparable size. Of the data that I was able to find that are also not masking students. Are we planning on expanding our testing sites in any way? I know that there are several districts that are actually testing on every campus.
So the 39 that I showed you, it is our expectation that we're planning on expanding and adding 40 more sites to our campuses. Just so everyone knows that to do those testing kits, it's 15 minutes, but it's not 15 minutes, you walk away, and if you come back at 20, you're okay. You have to actually be there, sitting, watching it, and as soon as that 15 minutes is up, you have to pull that testing kit to read the results. That's big on our nursing staff. Many of our campuses only have one nurse, and sometimes, just a nursing assistant. And this is in addition to what they do with our student body. Last year, we only had, like we said, 50% of our students on campus. Now that we're back full, they're still dealing with fall on the playground or some of the others. So we are planning on training our staff and being able to support with those additional sites. However, 40 more, so that will give us a total of 79 on campuses. Then, of course, our other sites is Forest Oak and Northside, our family resource centers as well, in doing that. And just so you know, Ms. Starr, let me make a correction. This is our last 14 days data, but this one here before will show you to date numbers as well. So that may be, depending on how you calculate it, might have been looking at the to date, the dashboard that is from start.
I was looking at the dashboard that was on the website, that is the non-redesigned
Okay.
dashboard that looks a little bit differently than this.
Yeah, we're ready
I
to
do like
release
this.
this.
I'm
I know.
all about a good graphic organizer and a nice data table there. But I looked at the number of total cases for high school. I added up high school, middle school, elementary school, and then also the specialized schools. Sorry, couldn't think of that word. So that's where I got the number of 1828, was the total of all of those, and then divided by the number of students that actually are enrolled in Fort Worth ISD. And that came out to 2.4%.
So you have to remember also that in our enrollment number, that doesn't count, like some of the cases that were reported are some of our students that may be our virtual students that could cause a difference, as well as some students who maybe they haven't enrolled back, but they still call us, so we still have that relationship. So as long as someone calls us, that is what we consider part of our Fort Worth family, we report that case as well.
And I appreciate that. I think that that's above board, and I applaud that. And I think that anytime you're looking at data like this, you have to keep in mind that there is some variability, and I recognize that. And I appreciate that transparency. Large group activities, how are those being addressed? I've seen pictures of pep rallies and sporting events with large numbers of people in small spaces inside. Is that still permitted, or is that, how are we addressing that?
So we have recently asked, especially our secondary principals, to limit those to outdoor activities. I know some of them had some pep rallies planned a few weeks ago, and the weather was so hot. So we in Texas, we battle, let's go outside so it's safer, and then we had some parents complain of the heat index. So we are asking them to, one, look at the weather, look at our ozone days. We share that information with our principals as well when we hit those days, and to limit our outdoor activities as much as we can. But we are asking them, when they're looking at large groups, to limit those events as well. At this time, we have not formally canceled or prohibited any of those large events. At full transparency, we have homecoming coming up. We have a lot of other activities, but we are encouraging those things to be outdoors at this time.
Okay. And have we considered any kind of a vaccine incentive for teachers and for students?
Yes, ma'am. You'll see that placed on the September 28th board meeting for our employees. We're just finalizing some of the details. So we'll be bringing to you the trustees to vote on a resolution to incentivize our employees on September 20th to be fully vaccinated, whether that's the Johnson & Johnson one shot or the other two, the Pfizer and the Moderna two shots. Even if you've already been vaccinated and you have your card, we'll give you the opportunity to provide that information to receive the incentive.
Okay. And how do families learn about the testing sites?
So we have the testing sites. We push it out on our website, and then we also, of course, share that through our school sites. Ms. Griffin and her team, they have access to our school sites. So when we have those coming up, especially our vaccination sites, we push it out on those websites in addition to doing the call-outs.
Okay. And I was pleased when I was doing my data dive earlier today to notice that our quarantines were down last week, so that's good. Because my job, our job, is to educate kids. And you can't educate kids if they're not in school. So I'm glad to see that those quarantines were down, and I'm glad that we're putting some safety processes in place to make sure that those kids are able to stay in school with a teacher who's able to teach them, because the teacher is healthy and well as well. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Dar. Trustee Roxanne Martinez.
Who's responsible, or whose responsibility is it to determine contact, and how is that determined?
So the contact tracing, when we have the positive case, Mr. Steiner's group then starts it from the employee. The campus principals have been trained, as well as their support staff, to start the contact tracing through interviews of our students, through the teacher for verification. That's how they start doing it for the student level. Mr. Steiner, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I would just say that we have a Qualtrics reporting form that the supervisor or the principal initiates and lets us know that there's been a positive case at a campus. That starts, and then they identify anybody that may have been a close contact. That's followed up by phone calls and person-to-person interviews to determine, were you in fact closer than 6 feet for more than 15 cumulative minutes in a 24-hour period. And we do that for 5, 10, 20, 50 people that are identified at a campus as close contacts, until we've been able to have a conversation with every one of them to determine if in fact they met that threshold.
Okay, so if a student turns out to be positive, then basically you would go to each class that student is
Yes,
in.
ma'am. We'll look at the 48-hour period prior to that student's first symptom or when they submitted their test to the lab if they had no symptoms, and we'll backtrack and go with every teacher in every specials class to figure out where that student was, if there was a seating chart, and focus on those kids that were in that 6-foot radius. When there wasn't a seating chart, if it's outside at recess, that's when it gets more challenging for us, when we can't say with certainty that these were the 5 or 6 students that were in that space.
Okay. And then what is the average, I guess, turnaround time that parents are being contacted if their student does come in direct contact?
So what I'll say, in looking at those numbers, as Mrs. Molinar said, we're close to eclipsing in 5 weeks this year what we did all of last year. So every one of those numbers you see up there, whether it's the 783 current active cases or the 4,800 cases year to date, every one of those is a phone call to a parent or to an employee. It's a conversation to someone who's concerned, upset, scared. And so it takes time for us to do that. Last year, we committed to doing that within no longer than 24 hours. I'll be honest with you, this year it's getting hard for us to honor that 24 hours. We're finding that it's sometimes 48 hours before we've had a chance to make every one of those phone calls to homes. A lot of times we're leaving messages and having to wait for a call back, but it's getting challenging for sure.
Have we had any total classroom shutdowns?
We have had some classrooms where the entire class was exposed because of the way that the student either moved around or in some cases the teacher doing small group sessions with groups of kids. So we have had individual classrooms. We've not had entire grade levels or certainly not entire schools.
Have we seen any trends at particular campuses? I watch the dashboard weekly and I noticed that some schools I'll see a spike. Then I get emails from some parents saying their campus hasn't had a single case, whereas I get at least notified at least twice a week at my kid's school. So are we seeing any trends?
I think what we see is that everybody seems to get their chance eventually. We do see trends that come through certain campuses and they'll just have a wave, and those are usually interconnected, right? When we have one positive, the one thing we've seen this year is that our student numbers and student exposures are exponentially higher than last year because there's more student prevalence in the community, and we're hearing around the country there's more student positives. And as Ms. Dar mentioned, we have 100% of our students back in person. So with more kids there and more exposures in the community, we're going to reflect what we see in the broader community. But I think every campus is having their chance. Those that are able to separate their kids more often and stick to cohorts and seating charts certainly can mitigate that better. Once we get to secondary, it's very, very challenging for those principals. I know they're doing the best they can, but it's hard.
Yeah. And then have we, or due to any of your knowledge, have we experienced any deaths due to COVID with our faculty, staff, or students?
We have, in fact. We had a couple other faculty or related faculty this week. 2 additional deceased, yes.
Sorry to hear that. I just wanted to also add that if we could double check the vaccine clinic information, because I know there was some changes that weren't communicated in the scheduling, and so if we can make sure that that's updated on our website. Sure. Then also, I just wanted to add a comment that I'm glad to hear that central staff is going to be providing coverage, because I've been getting, and we know there's a shortage of subs, but I've been getting lots of concerns about the students sitting in auditoriums and classrooms and a lack of coverage. So glad to hear that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Martinez. I have a few questions, and they are kind of all over the place because they're prompted by each of the trustees. Starting with Trustee Brookins, just a follow-up to her question. I've had quite a few people that are physicians, pharmacists, science-related individuals asking about elementary school cafeterias. They're concerned because a mask is the only form of protection in under 12s. They can't receive a vaccine at this time, as we all know. How are we working with elementary school cafeterias? Because I've had lots of pictures sent to me of kids in very close proximity. And I understand why this is, because they're glad to be back at school with each other. But what can we do about that? And is that a principal decision on the campus, or do we have a specific protocol?
So, we encourage, of course, them to have a seating chart, and our elementary students mostly stay together all day. So that is the good news, that when we're able to contact trace, because we do have some type of incident, it's easier to contact trace. So where they're at in the classroom, they go into the cafeteria as well. Last year, it was a lot easier. I'll be honest, when you have 50% of your student body, it was a lot easier to spread them out. It goes back to having not only coverage for them to go outside, but you have to have tables and chairs and so forth go outside, which is not really conducive for especially elementary. Their setup of their tables are different too. You can't spread out. Our cafeteria tables are long. They're not like our secondary tables where they're round and we can spread them out and they're only 4 or 5 or 6 at a time. I don't want to feel like we're making excuses, but this is our realities of being in the public education system there. So we are asking them, of course, to have the seating charts. We already start lunch around 10:30 in the morning because of pre-K, and we don't finish up to about 1:30. So for us to even extend and try to do smaller groups in the cafeteria, that's very challenging as well for our nutrition services, because we finish breakfast and we go right into lunch and then dismissal. So we do ask them when they're done eating to put their mask back on. If we strongly encourage, of course, not mandate that they do that. We are ordering additional PPE dividers that we can place as well. So those are some of the, the situations that we are trying to address.
Thank you, and thank you for that answer. With regard to page 14, Trustee Brookins asked about mail-outs. And as well, I was thinking signage. If we're going to do this at O.D. Wyatt, then let's hit every one of the schools in the pyramid and up on their sign. Couldn't we have a protocol to do that and promote?
We sure can.
I mean, that would be
Yes.
cool. So that might help as well. And I spoke to Dr. Vinny Taneja today, our Tarrant County Public Health Director, and he gave these stats, and I just wanted to share them, Trustee Dar, especially because you've done some intense homework, because that is what the cool kids do. I cheated and called the smart guy. So Dr. Taneja says in the 903 square miles of Tarrant County, there have been 11,000 total cases of COVID in teachers and students. 9,373 were students. That's about 85% of this total number. 1,600 are staff, 15%. 5,004 of the students, or about 53%, are less than 12 years of age. So again, not eligible for the vaccine, and the only protection they have is a mask. So I just wanted to share those, and he is concerned. And over the United States, since schools have opened, 500,000 cases. So it's pretty big numbers. Also, I wanted to ask, and this might not be the right trio, but we have UVC lights that are hitting filters in our HVAC. And that was done by you all last year to cleanse the air, and that's supposed to not only hit viral load, but also bacterial. Is there anybody here that could talk a little bit about that?
I can also tell you that we're purging each night, our air handlers. So that's a practice that we put in addition to our filters, changing out all of our filters and purging our air inside and out. We do have some next steps that we're doing with our ESSER funding for some additional facilities and stuff. But we're more than happy to get you some information, a summary, and send it to the board trustees on our next steps when it comes to facilities.
That would be great, and it's also important, I think, for the community to know, because they're entrusting us with their children, and they are concerned, and the community helps us a great deal by bringing us information, and I'd like to share with them what we are doing. I didn't realize that all of our schools' HVAC had UVC lights on those filters. So
we also, Trustee Jackson, just for the community that's watching at home, we did update in our manual that we showed at the beginning, our back to school and continuity of service plan, we do have a portion in there that talks about our facilities and the upgrades. So we'll make sure that in addition to sending you the information, that we update this plan online in English and in Spanish for our community as well.
That's awesome. Thank
And
you.
we'll include our touchless water fountains, which we have placed in each school. We're getting additional ones, but every school in our district has at least one, or secondary have more, touchless water fountains. We also, each of our students have been given a refillable bottle to also to mitigate the spread as well. So all of any water fountain, our normal, how you drink out of it has been turned off, and everything is touchless. So we'll make sure everything's updated.
Okay, thank you. And I've been posting substitute link because I know we need subs. Are we utilizing the subs that we have? That's a fresh set of eyes, ears, brain, legs on the campus. Are we utilizing them and asking them what they see? Do they see something that we could do differently? Because I get quite a few calls from people that live in my neighborhood that are subbing, and they have ideas, and they're good ideas. So I just wonder, are we interacting with them at all?
Well, the great news is we have a new Chief Talent Officer, Dr. Pena, who's listening. So I'm sure that will be on his list tomorrow morning to start some focus groups with our long-term subs. As well as he's actually on your board monitoring calendar for September 28th to bring some information about human capital management. And so he'll share some information at that time with you.
Well, Dr. Pena, I'm so glad we got you to the front table and you're way over there. Look at that. All right. Well, you guys, thank you. And this is an amazing amount of information. And I appreciate the fact that you all are updating and it's in real time. And that makes it easier for this board. And Trustee Brookins has a question or concern?
I just wanted to piggyback on Trustee Martinez when she was talking about trends. Do we know, well, I know we know that, but do we have the breakdown of the largest exposure of COVID? Do we know which school and which districts have the largest numbers?
So we have our information. We do caution looking at other districts' dashboards because each district can design their dashboard on the information that they want to be transparent about. So it's not always aligned to maybe what we're being transparent about. So I appreciate Ms. Starr's, sharing that. When you go to each dashboard, looks very different. Now, if you go to TEA, our reporting to TEA has to be the same. So if you're looking to be across the state, I encourage you to go look at TEA's reporting dashboard because each district of course, each public school district has to report the same way to TEA at this time.
Okay, so for the information that I'm asking about, so would I know how many students have had COVID in O.D. Wyatt?
Yes, we can, that information we do have broken up by campus as well on our dashboards.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Brookins. Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. To go back to Ms. Martinez's question, and probably you explained that already. We have had staff and students die from COVID, or just staff? Staff. No students. Okay, thank you.
I just want to say they were employees of the district does not mean they contracted COVID on our district site, but they are employees of our district, yes.
Anybody else with questions? Do you all want to move on to the virtual learning component?
We would love to.
Great, thanks.
Our next constraint that we want to share with you this evening, and Dr. Sines will, we just wanted to give you, yesterday was our kickoff for our temporary virtual learning opportunity. So this does, of course, align with our Access to Learning for All students. So Dr. Sines just wanted to share with you some information. Before we start with that, I just wanted to give you our enrollment update. Our virtual students are not included in our enrollment update. As you know, TEA did not allow us to count them. It will give you some information later on in a couple slides, how we will be able to receive funding and count some of those students in our enrollment count. And then our current economically disadvantaged percentage rate is at 84%. Okay, Dr. Slines?
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, and I'm glad to give this update, as this is our second day of our virtual option, and while, we do believe that the best place for our students is in our classrooms, we are happy to offer this option to our families and really thank all the departments for helping us stand this up in about 2.5 weeks for a school of about 600. So as you can tell there, we have 582 total enrolled as of yesterday, and it's pretty evenly distributed, with Region 2 having the least amount of students, but percentage-wise, we're pretty close across every region. Of course, the schools of choice and the Leadership Academy are smaller populations, so you would see a smaller amount of students from those groups. I also did want to say that we were at about 776 just last week that were enrolled. So as soon as we announced to parents that they had got accepted, we started getting emails saying, hey, I'm going to go ahead and stay in person. That was accelerated last Thursday with the announcement of the mask mandate, and students, we had about 150 decide to return to in-person learning. And so what we did is yesterday, when the change came down again, we emailed those families and invited them back. We know there was a change in circumstance. We make sure they got that email. And so far, honestly, we've only gotten 4 that have responded that they wanted to come back. We'll keep monitoring that. There is no window right now for us to close that, so we'll keep checking in with those families that may have made a choice and then want to return to the virtual option. Like I mentioned before, here's the breakdown for elementary and secondary. The majority are going to be elementary since it's a K-6 option. We do have a smaller amount in secondary. Those numbers roughly break out about 489 elementary students and 93 secondary students. And here's our racial subgroup breakdowns. As you can see, we do have our African American students slightly higher than our overall population. Our Hispanic students enrolled in virtual option are slightly lower, and also our white students slightly lower. But overall, it still looks pretty comparable to where we are as a district. This last slide is about Senate Bill 15. And the different funding requirements for students that are virtual. As you can recall, we have this approved thanks to you to fund through ESSER, and that's how we've been proceeding. However, the state legislature and the governor did sign Senate Bill 15 into law, but did put some requirements into it. First of all, it's capped off at 10% of our enrolled students. It is for districts that are C or higher. We have to offer at least 1-star assessed grade. The remote learning can't be the only option, meaning we have to offer in-person options as well. Students have to take assessments in person. We are to allow students to participate in UIL activities, and we want to make sure that we meet the needs of our students that are English language learners and special education. I think one of the most important things to remember, and also to our families at home that are a part of the virtual option, is if a student was remote at least 50% last year, they must have passed STAR, have had at least 90% attendance, and passed all foundation courses in order to count towards ADA. Now, that does not mean that you're not allowed to be in virtual, right? That just means from a funding perspective, we have some that will be funded and some that are not. But that's why we have the ESSER money that was approved for the work that we're doing with our virtual option. The box in the bottom is for teachers, and as you all know, we're not asking our teachers right now, at all, not even say right now, our teachers to engage in the virtual option with our students. We've contracted with a third party to do that, and that's how we're proceeding from here on out.
Okay, so I'm going to share with you Saturday Learning Quest update. So this past Saturday was our kickoff of Saturday Learning Quest. Again, just to remind the board that Saturday Learning Quest is a program that was targeted for our 1st through 3rd graders. There is 24 elementary schools that host the program, and it is from 8 to 2. We provide free transportation for our families, breakfast, lunch. It is focused on Tier 1 instruction, acceleration, not remediation. So the curriculum was designed by the academics team to really pull out what are the essential skills for each grade level so that we could focus our time really on making sure that those foundational skills for that particular grade level are really honed in on and supported during that time. There's also themes and fun activities in literacy, math, science, STEM, social studies, art, music, and PE. Kids get that enrichment throughout the day. as well as the STEM mobile is available at each of the 24 sites during the entire program. There's incentives and prizes, and I will say I visited some sites this weekend, and just the joy and the laughter and the excitement was just palpable. It was really fun. So I will say also that right now our enrollment on the 3rd was 2725, so it increased a bit from this particular number, but there's the breakdown per region of the number of students enrolled. We do want to open enrollment again for our students. We know that MAP testing will conclude on the 17th. We will take another look at the data after that and do some deep diving in terms of like which students could really benefit from this particular program, do another round of registration, do another round of reach out, not only for the 24 sites, but also for home campuses to really hone in on which students could benefit from the program. In each of these spaces, there is parent education, adult education, and or parent university to engage our parents in this work, as well as courses that are either geared towards parent enrichment activities and or parent enhancement in terms of resume, ESL, and that will vary per campus. But I will say it was very exciting. It was very well received and a lot of fun for our teachers and students across the district.
So what's next? We did want to share with you that we're maintaining our constraints, and that, of course, is transparency of our board monitoring calendar and stakeholder communication for our long-term constraint. Constraint 3 really focuses on the superintendent shall not reduce transparency and communication. So that's why we're still continuing to bring you these updates around our emergency constraints as well. You'll see, if you remember correctly, we adopted our next board progress monitoring calendar, and in addition to our LSG goals, 1, 2, and 3, and our constraints, we did add in some department presentations. So as I shared earlier, on September 28th, you will be enjoying Dr. Pena bringing you some updates around human capital management. And at this time, we'll take any other questions.
Trustee Daphne Brookins.
I just wanted to ask if the Saturday Learning Quest, is that open to the leadership academies as well?
Yes, it is. Their Saturday Learning Quest is kicking off on October 4th. So they're doing a little bit of differentiation for their program, but yes, it is available and will start on the 4th.
And you said just 1st through 3rd grade?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Brookins. Trustee C.J. Evans.
Thank you all for this portion of the report. I'm really excited to hear more about Saturday Learning Quest. Family friends who are in it spoke very highly of it. Their students really liked it. So I'm hearing nothing but positive things all around. I'm also excited to hear that we're going to reopen the enrollment, kind of do another round, and I would love to explore the option of possibly extending it up to junior high and focusing on math there. I know we saw our biggest losses or backslides in math, but I am really happy about this. Thankful we're doing it.
Thank you, Trustee Evans. Trustee Andar.
Thank you, President Jackson. I love to hear palpable joy and excitement and laughter, because learning is emotional. And we learn more if we are emotionally engaged in our learning. And so when kids are laughing and excited and engaged in their learning in that way, that is always a great and beautiful thing. Are we in any way recruiting students, such as if there is a teacher that has, as they progress monitor, as we do MAP testing, and which you said will be done on the 17th, is that correct? So at the end of this week,
That's correct.
Okay. So, and we find students who could certainly benefit from some additional learning opportunities with joy and laughter and excitement.
Yes.
Are we reaching out to parents to encourage parents to enroll them in this learning opportunity?
Thank you for that question. I would be remiss to say if I didn't acknowledge the all-hands-on-deck effort that was made to get us to the number of enrollment that we reached for the third. It was campus principals. We sent them data sets of kids that met a criteria that they scrubbed through themselves. It was all hands on deck, calling parents and families. The campus principals who are hosting the SLQ sites, they reached out to not only the families that were enrolled in their particular sites, but kids within their particular pyramid. Communications was just incredible in terms of support. We did a Facebook Live. And we'll continue to be all hands on deck to make sure that every child that, wants to be in this program, right? Not just necessarily within a particular targeted group, but any child that wants to come out in that first through third grade range, the opportunity is there on those Saturdays.
And thank you. And you mentioned that there's also a parent university going on simultaneously.
Yes.
Are we reaching out? How are parents finding out about this?
So when you register your child for Saturday Learning Quest, there are also questions on the registration form about your interest in either a parent university series of courses or an adult education series of courses. And then we communicate with the parents and families about which sites have either the adult ed or the parent university component. Mrs. Breed's department has been a wonderful partner in making sure that we've launched that, as well as Marta Plata, and making sure that the parent university part is rock solid for our parents and families. And so again, all hands on deck with all departments really making this successful across the district.
Okay. Thank you. This is fantastic. This is the innovative, exciting learning that needs to be taking place in order to make sure that Fort Worth ISD students succeed. And I appreciate you putting this together. Thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you, Trustee Dar. Trustee Roxanne Martinez.
I'm glad to hear that we have done outreach to those parents who may have changed their mind after the mask mandate. Will we be reopening, reopening the option for virtual learning? I'm hearing many parents who have become concerned after the number of exposures that they've received or how many times their students have been quarantined. So I'm starting to hear parents who weren't initially interested in the virtual option now becoming greatly concerned about that. And so will we at any point?
Certainly, no. At this time, we didn't have plans of reopening, and not simply because we didn't want to, but at the moment, we're not only trying to finish the staffing for this particular program, but then also switch our focus to remote conferencing as well, because that's the next portion. Because as you saw the numbers over at we have thousands of students in a quarantine setting, and we want to get to that particular piece. So at this time, we're not reopening it, but we are pivoting to a remote conferencing session as well for any future virtual learning for our families.
Okay, yeah, that was leading me to my next question, that some students have been quarantined half the time they've been back in school, and they're not currently being offered virtual. What are we doing to make sure that those quarantine students stay on track?
Certainly. So now that we have the rules from the state, or actually they're still building the rules, and we don't have them fully yet, we are going to be looking at how we can launch a remote conferencing so that way they can learn in that setting at home. And just so you know, with regards to what the state has allowed us to do, we're allowed to do that for up to 20 days throughout the year as well. So as of now, what the students do, and maybe Dr. Sorensen can speak to this a little bit, is the students are allowed to come back and redo their work according to the number of days that they've missed. That way they're not penalized. But at this time, there is no remote conferencing option for them just yet, but we want to get to that pretty quickly.
Just a reminder for remote conferencing guidelines, we are not allowed to have our students remote in to have a teacher is not allowed to provide instruction remotely and in person. It has to be either or. So that's why at this time we're going to be trying to leverage our third-party vendor to help us on the remote conferencing. Because as you saw with our absent rates and stuff, we don't have the extra staff to just build our own remote conferencing with our own staff. So we're going to have to use that outside vendor. I know many of our parents are like, well, let's just let them kind of like last year, remote in and learn and sit there and listen, but that is not allowable by TA standards.
Yeah, I'm just really concerned about the number of days of instruction they're losing. Like I said, they can make up the work, but without that instruction, it could be very hard. That's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Martinez. Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. I would like to second Trustee Evans' comments on how can we go and see if we can offer these Saturday classes for middle school students. Since in the last year, I mean, we have seen the numbers of our math scores they're not where they need to be, and I think this will help our students to get them closer to where they need to be. So if we can explore that.
We're more than happy to explore those options and find ways to do second scoops for our middle school students as well. We are in the process, very close to completing an RFP evaluation for tutoring, and that would again be K through 8. So my team and I are very close to reviewing I think up to 32 proposals that we received for tutoring services. And that would be an assistance for middle school. But again, Trustee, I'm more than happy to explore that option for our middle school students.
Thank you. And those services, if approved, will be provided during the week or after hours?
I think it would vary campus by campus in order to ensure that students do have access. We want to make sure that there are accessible tutoring services during the day and tools in which to provide that intervention and support within the day. And I think we would have after-school options available. We would really work with campus principals to decide which options best meet the needs of their campus. But we are looking through the RFPs through what is the company's capacity to do what it is we need them to do across the district, and whether that be during the day, after school, across the district as a whole, number of kids, taking into account language and language acquisition. All of that is a part of our RFP evaluation.
Well, thank you so much for working on that report, and hopefully sooner than later we can have that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Luebanos. Trustee Daphne Brookins.
I would love to see more signage about the Saturday school, whether we have it on billboards or if we have big posters on site. If we can't put it on the marquees, can we have big poster boards, so when parents are driving through the neighborhood, they could see and say, oh, I didn't know we had Saturday, even though they're getting the information, but then they drive by and see it and they're like, okay, you're going to school on Saturday. But I'd like to see more visibility of that, because I think the more they see it, the more they'll say, especially for those kids who are having to quarantine and all of that, they'll, at least if you go to Saturday, you can make up something, just have that more visible for them to see it, because I don't see it out anywhere other than on our websites and stuff like that. And, I'd like to connect with our neighborhood associations and stuff like that to make sure they're getting this information out as well.
Thank you. We'll follow up on that.
Okay, you guys, thank you so much. And it was comparison and contrast there. There's a lot of stuff. You guys are turning into computers. Thank you. Moving on, the time is now 6:39, and the date is Tuesday, September 14th, 2021. This board will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551, 071, 2, 4, and 6.
far away. Didn't think I had a part to play. I used to let things bring me down. I would walk with my eyes to the ground, but I knew I could find a way to push through. Every word they'd say, I grew strong. I knew right from wrong, and now I feel it too. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I love every moment with you, and I want you to know I do. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. Now I wake up to a brand new day. I never wanna wish the time away. I don't wanna waste a second, it's true. I've got that rhythm, don't you feel it too? I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I love every moment with you, and I want you to know I do. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive.
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:31 PM with the quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and we have now reconvened open session at 10:23 PM with a quorum present. And on that, we will adjourn this meeting in honor of Dr. J.P. Scribner.